Bennett made it. I made it too, my friend. I also made it. But he doesn't know that yet because he's watching an ad. Well, if he's watching an ad, it means it started. So maybe he does know that. Oh, how are things on your guys' end? Nobody else is here. There's some people here. They're just not talking. The less you guys talk, the shorter this show is going to be. So it's up to you. A couple people left already. They're like, "Oh, I forgot it's this guy." Can I make a down? Can I make a down payment on the beard in a bag? Yes, 50% down. 50% down payment, but the beard doesn't come off until it's paid in full. So you can make a down payment. We'll do a payment plan. It's 50%, and then that's the first payment, and then we can work on the rest of the payments, and then when it's paid off in full, we go. It's just me, Tom C. It's raining here in Arizona, so that's a blessing. Sweet. Hello, Mr. Bennett. Okay, Pinnell, everybody be quiet. We can go early. We can shut her down. Fearsome's here. Bailey's here, but working on a project, so only kind of here. Pay attention around sharp spinning tools, even if they're not spinning. Pay attention around sharp anything. But my shop roof leaks. Well, maybe that rain isn't so awesome then, is it? Sorry, I don't check my personal email. If you sent, I can pay for it right now. I think I just responded to you to ask if that was the address to send the PayPal invoice to. I would prefer you not pay Google a bunch of money to be able to pay me money for the thing that you're buying from me. However, it works best for you to, because if you were to pay me for your stuff through like a super chat on YouTube, you would owe me like $120 because I would only be getting like 2/3 of that money. Tim is here. Let the class begin. There's no class. Well, in numerous ways. That email is the one and PayPal. Okay, I'll send you the invoice tomorrow? Question mark. Ben Bawovina rolling pin. That's a hell of a name. Bawaniva rolling pin. Hi. Pink wavy hand. Waldrop's here too. Oh, we got a good crew tonight. That's unfortunate because I don't have anything to be doing really. I mean, I have things to be doing. I'm just not going to do any of them. Did, however, decide the fate of the shop stool has been decided. Remember we were talking about how it's just going to turn into a piece of furniture. I've decided that I'm going to make it an end table to give my parents for Christmas, whether they need an end table or not, because I don't need another table. The easiest, quickest way to finish this and get it out of my shop is to make it an end table. So I'm making my parents an end table for Christmas. So that's a thing that needs to happen in the next before Christmas. And then I got the annual request from wife. It's not really a request. I shouldn't say that. It's the I don't know if you're gonna have time for this before Christmas, but I would like to give so and so a such and such if you could make one. So that happened. So I'm probably not going to get the guitars done because making that into an end table and then making sister-in-law a jewelry box, um, and then Christmas market stuff. And so yeah, I cannot foresee a situation where the guitar resolution becomes a win by the end of the year. So, what wood for the end table? The end table, which used to be the shop stool project, is cherry and sapele. The annual honeydew request is always fun. Sometimes it's like, hey, do you have an extra one of these that I can just give to this person? And then it's like, yeah, just take it. Like I have, it's like market type stuff, like little boxes or pens or ornaments and bowls or whatever. Like that's fine. You just pick one, whatever. Um, but when it's like, do you have time to make this specific thing? It's like my sister mentioned that she would like a jewelry box for Christmas. I don't know if you're gonna have time, but that would be awesome. Jewelry box is not just I mean, I don't want to totally half-ass it and just make her a crappy little box to put jewelry in. But it's not going to be super fancy pants with like folding doors and drawers and things. So somewhere in between those two ideas, a not half-assed but not whole-assed jewelry box is now on the list. Hi guys, wanted to say hi. Trying to watch the Gators football game, but they're losing. Well then, I mean, do you need to watch it? Like, are they going to lose for sure? Wifey wants a hobby workbench. Hey, what's her hobby that she needs a workbench for? I thought she was like a knitter crocheter. She doesn't need a workbench for that. Is she getting into woodworking? Are you gonna get her into making stuff like out of wood? That'd be cool. I did find a cool lathe trick that I found useful. Christian Bexford used. I didn't know Christian Bexford turned. Well, I should have assumed that he turns at least a little bit because he makes his own drawer pulls and stuff. Uses a round 3/8" tenon cutter to cut the shank on knobs. Drill bit. It's sort of like a yeah. I know what a tenon cutter is. 3/8" tenon cutter. Cool. She wants a workbench for crocheting. So more, not really like a bench. Well, like I guess it would still be considered a workbench, but more like a table. She doesn't need like a heavy duty thing that can withstand hand plane racking and stuff. Keeps her out of my shop, probably is what you meant. That was a mean thing to say. I understand. In 1986, I found a mini wooden treasure chest in a junkyard, and you still have it. Hey, cool. Mini wooden treasure chest. That's cool. (1986). I was 7 years old, depending on when in the year it was. So I probably found a Hot Wheels toy in the dirt at school. Yours is cooler because I don't still have it. (1986). Went to Vancouver for the first time, and I was growing up in Saskatchewan. Went to Vancouver for the first time in 1986 because we went to Expo 86. They still have expos? Is Expo still a thing? I don't know when the last time I heard about Expo was. It's kind of like a World's Fair kind of idea. It was a big deal from what I remember. I was 7, so maybe it seemed like a bigger deal than it was. Just switched to my TV, so I got another ad. YouTube tried to feed me a 53-minute 17, 53:17. All right, well, see you in an hour. It's a crap infomercial too. It's just terrible. I'll watch non-skippable ads that are less than like 25 seconds to support the person whose show I'm watching. You start trying to feed me a hour-long infomercial about some kind of weight loss. I figured out the miracle weight loss something. No. Get out. Right? Like, do they actually? Does anybody think that people watch? Like, the people who make those have to know, right? That like, that's not a thing that anybody's gonna watch. The Expos moved to Washington in 2003. Washington State, Washington, D.C., the Expos in general. Oh, you got me good. That took me way too long. Way too long. Oh, that was one of your better ones because yeah, well done. Jesus, that was terrible. My grandparents went to Expo 86. Yeah, I did meet the Fergusons. I met the Fergusons at the Kenya exhibit. Anyone happen to have a used stair saw? A dado saw? Wooden plane with a very shallow saw plate in it. Yes, there are people who have those. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who watches this show who has a stair saw to sell you. Question is, why do you need that? Because basically that's just a kerf cutter, right? Like, isn't it basically just a block of wood with a saw blade that sticks out of the bottom of it? Like, isn't it just like, why can't you just use a regular saw? Why do you need a stair saw? I do not have a stair saw or a dado saw. Kerf cutter. No, Mike does not. I'm making, just curious about getting the body with correct offset. I would venture a guess and say that is a searchable function on the internet. Probably find some kind of drawing of the original, whoever made that disc, and who I don't know who would have made the. There's a schematic out there with measurements and stuff on it. I'm sure there is. My tool guy has a stair saw for sale. Well, he doesn't actually want to buy one. He wants the measurements for making his own. Yes, kerfing saw. It's fun. Well, yeah, no, absolutely. I have extra saw plates from Bad Axe because I'm into old time stuff. You do you, my friend. I bet if you call a company that makes those, be like, what's the offset of your... Hell, you could probably call... damn, forgot his name. The Bad Axe. Why did I forget his name? I feel really bad now. I have once used, then refurbished new bearings, then used once to make sure it worked. When lathe to sell for $175 in Northeast Ohio. Don't use my show to advertise your used tools for sale. That's fine. Anybody want to buy a Wen lathe in Northeast Ohio? You talk to Mr. Bailey Woodworks. The saw is about 6 to 8 inches long, and total tool is about 6 inches high. You wing it, yeah, wing it. I just guess. If it ain't right, make another one. Does it need to be a specific offset? I'm assuming 1/2 inch sides curved to make it easy. Nobody makes them, even people who have made 2. I just guess. Come here for specifics. Excellent. The video is on the exact topic I am seeking additional knowledge for my work. Your sharing is truly helpful to me. This feels like a bot. Keep an eye on this guy, Mr. Pinnell. Because no normal person would call this content clear, understandable, and very detailed. This feels false. Oh, Pinnell's not here. He's watching a 57-minute ad. Clear and detailed, understandable information. That's what people come here for. I honestly, sometimes I don't even really know why people come here. It's fun sometimes. I have fun. I can see why other people think it's fun. Sometimes it's more fun than other times. Come here to learn, Mike always says. It's true. That is a thing that I say. I do tell people to come here to learn, because this is an educational program full of valid and pertinent information. I came here to learn. I was happily disappointed. I'm glad to happily disappoint you, my friend. Whatever. It's better than being unhappily disappointed. This is true. I learned a thing once, but I forgot it. I learn things here all the time and then have to try to remember what that thing was that I learned. The side of this ruler actually makes a pretty decent scraper. Just a little bit of flex. I don't know. Shit, I got a cabinet scraper. I got a Veritas cabinet scraper that I got to unbox and try out one of these days. Totally forgot about that. I don't know where that is. How long have I had that, Pinnell? How long have I had that and not opened it and tried it out? Probably about as long as my jumbo jaws that I still haven't opened and tried. It feels like about the same length of time on both of those. Was it last year's Lee Valley? Yeah, maybe. I think they did 2 last year, though. They're doing 2 most years now. They're doing like a spring and a fall. I don't remember. It might not have been last year's. It might have been the year before. Honestly, I don't remember. Anyone stocking anything for holiday sales? No. I think I might take the year off in terms of adding. I don't really need. I mean, need is a funny thing. There's nothing that I have been like dying to upgrade or like waiting for it to come on sale to buy. Like I'm pretty well equipped, honestly. I hate saying it because I love buying things. But if I was gonna buy stuff on holiday sales, it would probably be stuff to make other stuff with. Like, obviously, it would be like kits and like pen kits and turning kits and stuff that I can then turn into money from there. Kind of. I don't really need any more tools. I shouldn't have said that. DeWalt DWS 3-blade planer, the 735. Lowest for $569 American. That's not that good a price, is it? Or maybe it is these days. Tyler Peterson just bought one of those. I was supposed to go down and do the unboxing video with him, but then I didn't. I am going to go down and have a little chat with him about it, though, and we're going to have a look at it. Because that was the planer that I was going to buy when I ended up buying the Rikon. I had my heart set on the DeWalt 735 for a long time. I was like, okay, well, let's just watch the price, and then when it goes down, maybe I'll pull the trigger on it. And then the price just kept going up and up and up and up. And then when it was time to buy a new planer, it was all the same price as the segmented cutter head Rikon thing. And I was like, okay. I want the TSO triangle. Don't know what that is. Veritas smoothing plane. But nothing I need or am for sure going to buy. Veritas makes good things. You should get a Veritas smoothing plane. I don't know what a TSO triangle is, but you should probably get a Veritas smoothing plane. The Rikon is $7.99 American. I didn't pay that Canadian for it. That was 2 years ago. I'd have to look at the video. When did the video of my Rikon? Gotta have been 2021. Yeah, 2 years ago. But I paid $750 Canadian, I think, for it. So that would have been like $500 American. Everything goes up. Everything's more expensive. For $569, why not get the 735? Versus $799 for $800. So about $250 more for the Rikon. I probably would not. I don't know. The segmented head is really nice. I don't think I could ever go back to straight knives after using segmented cutters in both my jointer and planer. Now, even 3 instead of 2 blades on the DeWalt. I would have a hard time I just segmented cutter heads are really, really good. I don't know if I would pay $250 more for the Rikon than the DeWalt at this point. That's a tough call. I like my unit, and I am happy that that's the decision I made. I probably would be happy if the decision I made was the DeWalt 735. I don't know that I am any happier. I can't possibly say that I am happier having made this decision than I would have been having made the other decision. But I like segmented cutter heads. They are neat and good. Two years, I still haven't turned the cutters on that. I should, because I do have a nick. But I haven't turned the cutters on my jointer either. Should. Next year, 2024 resolution. Turn the cutters on both my planer and jointer to a new fresh side. It's the only resolution I have for the whole year next year. Turn the cutters. Then there's the Oliver that comes with the bird helical for $1,000. That's beauty. I can't speak for other people's budgets and how they want to use their money, but that sounds great, because a bird helical cutter head by itself is like $500 or $600. So that sounds pretty rad. Do that. Beer. The DeWalt will be $1,050 after a bird upgrade. It's pretty good too. I've heard tell that as common as it is for people to put bird cutter heads in their DeWalt 735s, it doesn't really like it. I've heard that it burns out the fuse in it. I've heard that it trips power breakers and things. I've heard that it wears out the motor quicker. I mean, it's all hearsay. I have no, obviously, experience with this, but I've heard people say that, like, maybe that wasn't my best decision. DeWalt 735 was $4.99 Amazon chemical alerts. 3-blade. Wait for a Grizzly sale and spend more, but get a spiral helical. I think that is pretty good advice. I don't think like I said, I would never go back to straight heads. Just straight knives. The helical head does put a bigger load on the 735. Also a bit louder. Really? I would have assumed the opposite. I would have assumed that it would be quieter. I've only got suspect YouTube reviews to go on for the DeWalt. Like, people you're pretty sure are being paid. Fucking hate those. You're like, is this a genuine thing, or did this person get this planer for free? Even if they got the planer for free, could it possibly be a genuine review? No. You get a free planer, you're not going to be like, this is a shit planer. Don't go buy this planer. Even if it is a shit planer. Thankfully, I probably never have to worry about that because nobody gives me free tools. I get these once in a while. These, like, hello, we're reaching out to you to see if you would like to have us send you a blah, 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 blah. And most of the time it's like, okay, this is either a scam or I don't even want that thing for free because it's clearly shit. This time I'm not sure. So I did respond and say, and I said, yeah, I am interested in having the discussion about you sending me one of these. And I would like to know what your expectations are from me for sending me one of these. Teaser. I actively try to get the stuff I'm looking for rather than buy it. So I have already done your research. Actively try to get the stuff I'm looking for. Oh, so like you do your research, you find out what you want, and then you approach that company, and sometimes they give it to you? Because that'd be rad. I should start doing that. Hey, Laguna. I'm thinking it might be nice to go with a bigger one of your lathes. I bought this one, but a bigger one would be nice. You get stuff all the time? Really? I guess it can't hurt to ask. Maybe I'm just stupid and I pay for stuff when I don't need to. I mean, we know that I pay for stuff I don't need to. You're the proud new owner of a pallet of Amazon stuff. No, I'm not. I don't want to say right now what it is that I'm talking to someone about, but I'll let you know. I'll let you guys know either way that it goes. But if they want to send me this thing for nothing, just to have me try it and give an honest take on whether or not people should buy this thing, I will do that. If they want like X number of advertising spots in my next X number of videos or some kind of nonsense, it probably isn't going to be a thing that I'm going to do. I've gotten laser engraver, CNC router, 3 cameras, lights. No, damn it, Bailey. It's true. I don't pay for CA glue. It's a good point. It's a good point, but that wasn't. I didn't approach that. They reached out to me and said, "Hey, can we send you free glue?" And I said, "Sure." And there was no expected. They wasn't even like, "Could you talk about the glue or anything?" They were just like, "Hey, do you want to try our glue? We'll send you some." I said, "Sure." And then they signed me up for like an affiliate program where I make some money off the sales and things. And I was like, "Brad, sweet." Did I win a pallet of Beaver stuff? I did. I had it delivered to the Comas Strathcona Regional Waste Management Processing Facility. You should probably start accepting random ads in your videos. I already do. In my all the videos that go up on YouTube have random ads in them. They put them in. I can't not let them do that. But thankfully, they pay me to let them do that. Lots of people, they don't. If you haven't reached like a certain threshold of watch time and followers and blah, 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 they put videos in your ads and you don't get shit. He would have to make videos. Let me just, somebody want to go check out Todd Lajeuness's YouTube channel and just double check for me just to see which one of us has put out more YouTube videos? Because guessing that it's probably me. I avoided the warranty on my 735 when I changed it. Yeah. Somewhat new to wood turning, and I see a lot about CA glue. What's the difference between wood glue and CA glue? It's a completely different kind of glue, my friend. Wood glue and CA glue, cyanoacrylate glue versus wood glue. Wood glue is generally, when people say wood glue, they mean PVA glue, like a tight bond yellow glue type substance. Two completely different animals. You can't even say what's the difference between them because they're not even other than the fact that they're both adhesives, they're not the same thing. Like if you get a good joint between two pieces of wood and you've used wood glue, that joint is actually stronger than the fibers of the wood itself. CA glue is better for attaching to things of different substances. So if you want to glue plastic to wood or wood to metal or things like that, wood glue isn't gap filling and it's not going to adhere. It needs to soak into the fibers and the pores of the wood in order for it to work fully and properly in things. So they both have their different places. Copy paste again. She took twice as much power as the straight knife, so yes, it would be harder on the machine. Yeah. I'm super tolerant of sponsors. It can be life-changing to endorse Raid Shadow Legends. It's true. It's true. Depending on what kind of money they're talking about, I will tell you to download the video game on your phone because it's rad, even if it isn't. Like, we all gotta make a living. Would I? Yeah, I mean, everything's for sale. Everybody and everything is for sale. Let's just be honest. If they said, here's $247,000 to talk about Raid Shadow Legends, I mean, I'm talking about it for free right now. Yeah. You want to send me a free mattress and pay me X number of dollars to talk about how awesome your mattress is? Probably going to do it. I've only done one video for actual money. That was nice. What kind of money was it? Can you talk about what kind of money it was? Because I've never actually gotten like an offer for money from a company. I've gotten offers for like free stuff and whatever, but I've never had anybody say like, we will pay you X number of dollars to do a video about our thing. I really shouldn't say a number. Yeah, I know. Small audience here. Like, there's only 17 people watching. You message me offline. We won't talk about it publicly. Guess? I don't know what the company was. I don't know what the video was, what the company was. Rycon is getting ready to go on sale. Laguna is apparently going to do another sale as well this year. They just put out a, I don't know, Instagram or whatever, saying like, stay tuned for like, and they just all of October, they were on 10% off. So we'll see. Laguna's going back on sale again. Guess, and I'll say higher or lower. Ah, really? $500. I don't know what the company was. I don't know what the agreement was in terms of how long your video needed to be or what kind of video it needed to be. Did somebody give you $500 to do a video? That's what I'm waiting for. A stand for my Laguna. Sweet. What Laguna do you have? And welcome to the show, Gallery 0924, who is obviously a real person. Little higher than $500, $743. 1216, that's a good lathe. I have that one too. It's a great little lathe. I am happy with that purchase. I am not getting paid anything by these people to say this. What am I on? 3 years with that? No problems other than the forward reverse switch gives me guff once in a while. But I have a replacement one, thanks to my boy Paul Waldrop, that I still haven't put in. Close enough. If you have an Amazon account or YouTube channel, well, I have both of those things. Ask first to get it free before you buy anything. Which would have been nice to know 3 years ago. 5 years ago would have been even better. Even if you're just a little guy like me. Like, what do I got? I'm not even at 7,000 subscribers. They're going to give me free stuff? And I've been paying like some kind of jackass. I only have less than 2,500 subs and you get free shit all the time. God, where were you 5 years ago? You could fix the Switch live next Saturday. I suppose I could try. I'll get demonetized for sure though, because like the swearing will begin right at the start. That's not really my jam. Like, the Switch swap is more of a Mike Bennett thing. Or my friend Mark would also be better at doing that than me. I would just be like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, they just take this out, and then they do these plug in. What is? You watch Mike zap himself on it. No, I would absolutely unplug it if I'm dealing with electrical things. Got the tuners for the GGBO wheel. It's a hip shot 4x2. Oh, that's right. You're doing 4.2 on that guy. I've heard that 25,000 subs is the threshold for how many emails you get for sponsors and free junk. Emphasis on junk. Most of the stuff that I get is junk too, and I don't get a lot of it, but once in a while I'll get like some clearly garbage Chinese company that wants to send me free like battery power tools or drills and stuff, and I'm just like, I look at them and I'm like, that is a shit tool. I don't want to use that, even to tell people that this is a shit tool and don't buy it. And I would feel really bad taking somebody's stuff and then bashing the shit out of it. Like, these guys sent me this for free. Don't ever use these. Just wait till you start getting the portable generator things. Don't know why I would ever need one of those. I mean, if they want to send me it and then pay me to talk about it, you guys will know. You guys will know. They'll be like, oh, yeah, they're paying them. And I'll be totally honest with everybody. I'll be like, I'm getting paid to tell you guys about this thing. Because that'll be one of the restrictions I have with any company that wants to send me anything or pay me anything, is like, you have to let me disclose the fact that this is a business arrangement. Like, I have to be able to tell people that I am getting paid by this company to tell you about this thing. Got a buddy at 25,000 subs. His place is loaded with free Beaver stuff. Wow. That sucks for him. Yeah, I'll use it and you can talk about it. Jackery or Bluey. Bluey. I don't know. These are probably company names. I don't know. You're the reason I bought the Laguna. I seen your review. It wasn't a review, really. It was like, I got this. But yeah, it is a damn fine piece of equipment. I should actually do like a follow-up to that video and be like, so do I still like this tool? Yes, I do. Hashtag not sponsored. I have to do some work on my bandsaw. Something has gone wonky with my bandsaw. I was prepping for snowman. I was just ripping down some stuff, and it was not happy. And I was like, what in the hell have I done here? Probably mainly dull blade that needs changing, but there's something. It was not tracking. So where'd that come from? Why am I talking about bandsaw all of a sudden? Oh, I was probably thinking, like, I should probably talk about the bandsaw on a thing too, and be like, 3 years in, how much do I still like this purchase? And beer. Oh, I want to do a Carter blade review as well. Speaking of dull blade, the blade's been on there almost this whole year. And it's done a fair bit of work, and they cost a lot of money to get here in Canada. I am pretty close to being able to say that that's a worthwhile purchase. Cremona said, if you talk negatively even a little, it affects the rest of your sponsors. Isn't like people think, basically means you already have to rely on Patreon. Yeah, well, I mean, I make more from 9 people on Patreon than I do from thousands of views a month on YouTube. So like significantly more. And I don't think anybody would look at my Patreon account and be like, damn, that dude is rolling in it. So that tells you how much I make from YouTube. But the wonderful Google people, thanks, Google, YouTube. You're my favorite, and you're awesome. Algorithm. I don't want to upset the people, or the computers at Google. biting the hand that feeds. It's exactly. I was looking up YouTuber net incomes last week, and it wouldn't even pull up your site. I don't know how YouTube would know my net income anyway. I mean, they would know my income from them. I can tell you if you want. Like, I could look it up, but so could Pinnell. Could look up the total amount that YouTube has paid me over X number of videos and years of views and blah, 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 blah. It's not very much. Den of Tools just did a video about a sponsor refusing to pay, threatening to block future sponsors for doing an honest review. Really? I would like to see that. That would be fantastic. I would like to see the video of the guy talking about sponsors being shit. That's my kind of video right there. I'm predicting, based on your stats, about $7 to $15 a month on a good month. It's more than that. My best month ever. My best month ever in terms of YouTube advertising revenue was December 2020, either 2020 or 2019, probably 2019. And I did not make $200 that month. Thank you for doing this for free. It's just, yeah. I do it for fun. It's not free. I do it for, I do it because I enjoy it. Some of it I don't, but I make a few bucks, and I have made a community. I've made friends by doing it. There's more to life than money. Time for fart water. Yes, there we go. Oh man, I would seriously question if someone actually wanted to pay me for water I farted in. I don't know if I would sell it to them, because I feel like that. I don't know. I'm genuinely curious. I'm picturing the person ordering the fart water, and I'm genuinely curious what it's like to have videos, then put out more videos and break through the stagnation and sub-view increases. I am also genuinely curious to break through that stagnation of what that feels like. To have something go gangbuster viral, and it's just like, watch your numbers just skyrocket. I wonder what that would be like. Could never on camera shot. It's super awkward the first little while talking to nobody. I tell people that I don't want them to, but to go watch like my first few videos where I'm like super awkward, and like I forgot what I named my channel, and so I was like, welcome to Mike's Wooden Things, I think I called it. I am here to tell you about the thing that I'm doing, and it's really, really bad, and I have trouble watching it. But you get better, Theoretically. Daughter got released today. She's doing okay, all things considered. Good, man. Good. Yeah. Happy to hear that. I'll take fart water on the rocks. Okay. How much does YouTube pay per 1,000 views? It varies based on what the advertisers are paying Google, based on the target demographics, and et cetera, et cetera. Last I checked, my CPM was about $7. But it fluctuates. And I have like a pretty good target. Like that's a high number for YouTubers because my target demographic is like it's an older audience that has money. Generally. I'm not supposed to, I might be against the terms and conditions of being on YouTube to be discussing my CPMs and things. Thanks for being awesome, Google, YouTube. You're the best at everything. You're a wonderful contributor to our society. And what would we ever do without you? Older audience with money. Well, I'm not. I'm older, but no money. You and me both, my friend. Start a channel with you and the boy. Outdoor boys, father and son, making about $785,000 a month. Are you fucking kidding me? How do you even spend that? I mean, you don't. But like $785,000 a month? Jesus Christ, I would have a whole team of camera people and like, yeah, that'd be a real show probably. I could employ people and my videos would be a lot better. The trick is to make calendars. You know what? You're wrong. I thought that was the trick. I did. I was like, you know what? You know what'll really turn the tide for the YouTube channel and my financial well-being? Calendars. Calendars and marking knives. Yes, I've nailed it. By the way, this coming week, these guys are going to be up for sale to the general public. Patreon peeps have had their shot at them. The Mike's Wooden Things and Stuff marking knives are going up for sale to the general public this week. There are 5 left. How many do you have left? 2 and 1 of mine. Yep, I have 5 left. 2 Coca-Bolos and 3 stabilized box elder burl, double dyed stabilized box elder burl. I'm gonna have one of my stupid cancer stick things to go with my beer. I'm still here. I'm just gonna be just off screen. I actually quite like that we have had the discussion and that this is out in the open now so that I can do this. Because there were weeks I wasn't pretending I didn't smoke, but like before I had actually said that I was doing that, this is a thing that I do. Uh, there were weeks where like I would shut down the show because it was I could not go without one anymore. And what happened to the e-cig? Wife took it. Because she's a vapor, and hers, um, did she lose it or stop taking a charge or whatever? And she was just like, "Hey, are you using yours right now?" And I'm like, "Well, not right now." And I haven't gotten it back from her yet. So probably got to go buy another one. But yeah, it's way tastier. I'll tell you that. It doesn't hit the spot quite the same, but it is way tastier. Yeah, this is we're having good conversations. Sometimes the nights where there's no plan and it's just like open run, let's talk about whatever things. These are some of the good ones. I like the Caliburn Unwell Pod. I don't know what the one that I had was. Um, it took. I still have the little. It's like one of these little dealies, a refillable little top guy. Boy, Mike B just got a new one of those. A fancy new vapey dealy. The first thing, he showed it to me. The first thing I said is like, "Well, can you change the color of those lights? Because it feels like you should be able to change the color of those lights." When I quit smoking, I started with 24 milligram down to 6. Guy. Um, I I actually managed to totally quit smokes for about 6 months. One time when I had a well functioning vapey dealy thing that was like the most possible nicotine that you could put into this juice. Um, and I was doing really good, but then it broke, and then nothing else that I tried was reliable enough. And so I went back to smoking, and I tried again, and I went back to smoking. It's like people who have never smoked, uh, it's like there's no possible way they can understand what kind of a grip this gets on you. Been working on your deck. That a guy. Cold turkey is the way to go. Yeah, wife did that. Well, did she? No, she went to the vape pen thing back before vaping got huge. She went, but she just like, I'm not gonna cigarette anymore, and never did, and just like that was it. Man, 24 milligram hits hard. Yeah, I went through I went through that stuff. I think it was at least 24 that I was doing when I first tried it back. Oh, 6, probably 8 years ago. Not when I first tried to quit smoking. When I first tried to quit smoking with uh, e-cigarettes was about 8, 9 years ago. When I actually did like a solid 6 months. It was awesome because my friend had at the time an e-juice company. Like he would in his garage, still does kind of. Um, I actually have a video, so I guess it kind of was out in the public because I did a video on making a case for an e-cigarette and the batteries. Wow, that that was a nice thing. It had little magnet closures and stuff in it. I remember that. I do not understand smoking cigarettes. Yes, I honestly, dude, I don't either. Somehow dated a girl who smoked for 3 years. She'd go a day without sometimes. If I could go a day without cigarettes, I don't know why I wouldn't, why I would smoke. If I could go a day with, if you can just like decide to not smoke, then you're not addicted to nicotine. I, I don't know. Maybe that's judgmental, but I cannot imagine going a whole day without ingesting some form of nicotine. My dad quit cold turkey after his second heart attack. Well, that could be what forces me too. If I make it through 2 heart attacks, I would hope that I would have enough willpower to not do that anymore. I went through several devices that would last 2 months at best until I got the Caliburn. Yeah, the one that I was using before wife stole it was going pretty good. I would no, it wasn't my full time, but like it was slowly starting to take over the nicotine ingestion. We're all on our own journey, you know. How much is a pack of cigarettes? I buy two for $30, 30-ish dollars, $15 Canadian each. 32, $33, something like that. For 20. It's yeah, it's yeah, you're wondering where all my money goes. I know where my money goes. Thankfully, I make a killing doing these YouTube videos. $8 a pack there. American, so it's 12-ish. Yeah. Monetary part of cigarettes. Yeah, I know. Too many other stupid things to spend money on. Yeah, yeah. I sometimes it hits real hard when you think about like, man, how much this month would I have to spend on the shop? If yeah, did you go year over year? Don't even want to think about it. Well, just for fun, let's think about. Um, I'm not a pack a day smoker, thankfully, but um, let's say 4 a week, 30, $60 a week. That's not a math guy, but that's 120, 240. Let's just even, we'll round it up and we'll say like I'm smoking more than I think I do. Let's say $300 a month. I quit when they hit $10 in Australia. Yeah, that would have been a good decision. I remember getting pissed off when they hit 850. It's like, God, this is so stupid. What are you doing? At that point, I think I probably was pack a day. $3,120 a year? That's not. That's YouTube money. No, I don't make $3,000 on YouTube in a year. Nowhere close. That's Raid Shadow Legends money right there. That's what I need to do. I need to get some crap sponsorships from Linda Mattresses and Raid Shadow Legends and Duluth underwear. I know neighbors who spend 5% of dual income a year on their lawn care service. Sounds like a lot. Have you thought about rolling your own? Yeah. It's the convenience. I mean, that's the reason that the vape thing that I was having success with didn't end up working out, is because it was convenient until it broke, and then it was no longer convenient. Cigarettes are super convenient. You go and you pay money, and now they exist in your pocket. And anytime you want, you can just have that fulfilled for you. That it's the convenience factor. Percent of income is relative, but that's a big percent if they make decent money. Even if you don't make decent money, 5% of your income going into your lawn, that's a big percent of your income for a lawn. Like, their pants are amazing. Duluth? Maybe if I say Duluth, it's a Duluth Trading Company. Maybe if I say that a few times, they'll get a notification on their end or something, and then I can maybe, because it seems like they're more than happy to send money to video creators to talk about their underwear and stuff. But I agree, the Duluth Trading Company brand of underwear and pants are also really good value and awesome. Algorithm. Hashtag not sponsored. Yet. Also, I was trying this new phone game the other day. I should hit up Nintendo and see if they want to pay me for how often I talk about Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think they're having a problem selling Tears of the Kingdom though. But I'm still, for those of you who are waiting for updates, I am still just kind of holding off finishing that game. I love being immersed in that world, and I am just not finishing the game just because I want to keep playing it. I still stand by my opinion that it is not as good a video game as Breath of the Wild. My wife started buying me Ralph Lauren underwear. And find that they are quite comfortable. Guess price does make a bit of a difference. There's a lot of stuff in this world that it is totally a get what you pay for kind of situation. And Mike Bennett was trying to sell me on an expensive pair of underwear that he wasn't sponsored to try and sell me. What's the Mike Bennett? What were those fancy pants, underpants that you were like, dude, you'll never go back if you spend the money on these? Would you use Ryobi tools if they came on as a partial sponsor? I know you said not the nicest things about a specific brand before that I'm not going to name, and it's definitely not them. If tool brand X wanted to outfit my shop with all of their tools, I would absolutely do it. I would absolutely, because they're all fine. I mean, other than the cheap Chinese garbage people who approached me to send me free power tools that I just totally didn't want. Ryobi, sure. You fill my shop with cordless tools, Ryobi. There's nothing wrong with them. You have to replace them a little bit more often than you do with the stuff you pay more money for. Ocarina of Time is the best Zelda game. I'm going to have to believe you. Well, I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I didn't play Ocarina of Time. I beat the 5th stage. There you go. You got the big stupid lumbering mech now. That's good. She should be better. For how much work she was to get, she should be better. Sax. 2 X's. Hashtag not sponsored. Anything sold in Canada is going to be fine for the amount we use them as hobbyists. Yeah, that's the thing. Is, if you're going out on job sites and building houses and stuff, you probably want the more robust version of your cordless tools. I wouldn't have a problem outfitting my shop with Ryobi stuff. I mean, now I'm in the DeWalt battery system, so that's where I'm going to go when I buy cordless tools, because that just makes sense. But yeah, Ryobi, give me a call. My parents, I rock a Ryobi battery powered lawnmower at my parents' house. It's fine. It's not going to last as long as somebody else's lawnmower. But if it lasts half as long and costs half as much, there's an argument to be made. I think their tools are actually pretty great. However, their larger batteries are not the best. Okay, but you bought like used stuff off Facebook Marketplace. Have you ever bought like brand new Ryobi tools and batteries and chargers and things to be able to say? Because I haven't. Got a lime green wall. There you go. That'd be great. I mean, I don't dig the color, honestly. But if they want to pay me to use the Gallery 0924, what's your favorite tool is an impossible thing to answer. That's because they don't all do the same thing. My favorite tool is the one that does the job that I'm asking it to do. And is sharp. Unless it doesn't need to be sharp. Mallets don't need to be sharp. And when you need a mallet and it does what it needs to do, that's my favorite tool right then. My 18-volt DeWalt batteries are all shot. Tempted to replace with Ryobi as they have some that nobody else sells for a decent price. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with Ryobi tools, but you can tell the build quality difference. When you pick up a Ryobi drill and a DeWalt drill, you can feel the difference in the build quality of these two things. Whether or not that build quality difference is a big deal for you in your shop, I can't answer that, but I don't see anything other than the color. I don't really dig the color. that lime green is honestly not my favorite. It's not even lime green. It's like it kind of looks like you got the flu. And it's what comes out of your throat when you have the flu. No, you can't. I challenge you to a blindfolded test to hold in my hand a Ryobi drill versus a DeWalt drill. That could be fun. I would love to be proven wrong. I would. That would be a fun video, actually. Like, my buddy Mike hands me tools and I try to guess the value of them by the build quality that I can feel by not being able to see. That actually is a pretty cool video idea. But then we'd have to either find or pay for like various different companies' things. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. But I would also have to be able to use them, and I don't know how I would do that without being able to see what I'm doing. I mean, I guess you could help guide the tool to the screw that I'm trying to. There's something here. This is an interesting concept, and I like where we're going. And I think it would be fun. Let's work on this. We'll discuss this thing. I would be able to tell the Ryobi would be the tool that would suddenly die for no apparent reason. Mike DeWalt does that too when I just am not paying attention to how long I've been using it. It dies, I just grab a new battery. That's how battery power tools work. They die, you grab a new battery, pop it back on. I am up for the Ryobi, even if it's just Ryobi versus DeWalt. And we blindfold me really good so I can't see it, and it's just by feel and use, and I try to tell the difference between them. I think, yeah, that could be cool. You've had your Ryobis for 8 years. Okay, well, they were probably better then, too, so that doesn't really count. It would have to be new versus new. No, that's not. Well, yeah, because build quality of things in general has gone down as prices have gone up on everything in the world. It's capitalism. But I might be able to just spend the money on a new Ryobi drill driver set in order to do this comparison. Maybe I'll take Bailey's advice and just like send him an email and be like, I would like to do this show. Would you like to send me a drill driver combo so that I can do this compared to blindfolded comparison test against my DeWalt tools? They might. Bailey seems to think that people will just send you things when you ask for them. So maybe. My Ryobi drill and impact were purchased in 2016, still going. Yeah, there you go. Offer to trade a video for free product. Well, it would be like a blind taste test, Ryobi versus DeWalt. Are you guys confident in your tool? I'd be happy to do a blind test to see whether I can tell the difference in the quality. They might, but they may send you along paperwork saying you can't say mean things. Honestly, the meanest thing that I would even say is that, yes, I can tell the build quality difference, but it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Just like I'm saying right now. Most people, this is going to be a better option for you based on the price point, is probably going to be the answer. Break out the measuring tape so you can tell which drill is louder. I always have a measuring tape handy to rate decibels. Yeah. Always give a timeline for the video and an idea of the type of video I would make. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll reach out to Ryobi and say, we were having a discussion on my live show. This is what I think. I would love for you to prove me wrong, but I'm not going to go buy a new set of drill driver and batteries and chargers and things because I'm in the DeWalt system, and we'll see. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea. That's a good 2024 idea. I'm a little busy for the rest of this year, but that's a good 2024 idea. I've been looking at the Makita third sheet sander. Third sheet sanders they always seem weird to me. $80 US is now. How much work it'll really do for final sanding? I don't hate hand sanding. I random orbit sanders are probably the idea of sanding is to get a consistent random scratch pattern that you move up through the grits and it gets rid of the previous scratches from the previous grit. I don't like the ones that just jiggle. Like I like the randomness of the random orbit sander. I don't really like my Bosch, honestly, but it's more of a form factor than the functionality of it. Got a free decibel meter also. So you don't have to use a tape measure to do decibels? Because you got a free actual decibel reading? Got to be able to get a decent random orbit sander in the States for $80. Beer. I think I only paid $1.10 for mine Canadian, which is 85 American dollars. I got a free orbital sander. Bailey. From China, though. Yeah, it was probably was it green? Was it like dark green and black? Because I got that offer. They were like, we'll send you any of our things. And I was like, these are clearly garbage. And I don't want to give you my mailing address. I used the Bosch GET 65N sander. No frame of reference for that. I had a drum sander, got rid of it 6 months later. I went back to hand sanding. Fair enough. Makita wannabe. Thought it was decent. Sure. I should just start saying yes to all of these offers. Yeah, send me your free tools. It's good. It's fine. I'll use them and then I'll tell people not to use them. That'd be great. If that's what you want. If you want me to tell people whether or not they should buy these tools, as long as that's the only agreement we have, is that I will give my honest opinion on these. My honest opinion will probably be these are cheap garbage. Maybe if you want cheap garbage, these might be an opportunity for you. Do that. Worst case scenario, they don't send more. Yeah, I mean, and then I can just give away the. And then I probably make $7 off the video and I'm ahead of the game. Yeah, see, what am I doing? Turning down, well, not accepting offers from people that want to send me free things. Send me the free thing. Idiot. Do the video that says don't buy this thing, and then they don't send you a new thing, and then so stupid. Business Mike is terrible at this. You can sell it after. I wouldn't sell a tool that sucks. Well, I would, but I would in the post it would be like, this is garbage. If you want it for $15, just know that it's garbage. Business Mike. Snowman turning class tomorrow down at the shop. So I got my hat, stock. What is this? It's the really smelly. So like the stuff that smells like the rhinoceros ate a hockey bag and pooped it out. Peruvian walnut or something for the hats, and a bunch of maple chopped up for little snowman bodies. Snowman class tomorrow down at the shop, and after I do that, I'll do the rest of them into snowman for the market table. No, these guys doing class on these tomorrow, and then I'll make the rest of that into those, and maybe some bottle stoppers as well. They make really good bottle stoppers. You just put the threaded insert in them. Those sell really good. So I should get, what, after the class happens, they'll use a couple of these blocks, and then I'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 8-ish out of the rest of that. So that'll dig into market booth making responsibilities. Get a bunch of snowman ornaments / bottle stoppers done in the next week-ish. Then there's the end table. Then there's jewelry box. Got to make some gnomes. for market table. I'm going to make some trees. I'm going to make some Christmas trees, some quickly turned Christmas trees out of some of this maple. Got some big chunks of this maple stuff just laying around that I'm going to buck up and make into little Christmas trees. Trees, snowmen, gnomes over the next week. Turn the shop stool into end table. Jewelry box for sister-in-law. Maybe time for guitars before the end of the year. Probably not. Guitars, LOL. I know. And I'm like so close. Oh, okay. So remember, was it last week that I was like, I don't have the right router bit to angle the neck pocket. I'm going to have to buy one of those. $50 damn dollars. $50 for a top bearing 3/4 inch long, 1/2 inch diameter flush trim router bit. From Freud. Thankfully, I make a really good living on YouTube. So I can afford $50 router bits. But Whiteside on Amazon, on Amazon.ca. See, people don't understand that in Canada, there's a significant difference between our Amazon and your guys' Amazon. Get so many comments on the planer video. It's like, well, that's just the same as the Wen. It's like, and the Wen is $300 cheaper. Well, it's not in Canada, my friend. It isn't. And then they send me the link, and it's like, yeah, but that's .com, not .ca. If I go through .ca and I get that, now we're up at $900 again, my friend. Like, there is a significant difference. Buy a Ryobi router bit. Get $4, get it done, goes in the trash. I don't know anywhere that sells a Ryobi router bit here. It's fine. I paid it. I'll use it. I'll get my $50 worth out of it probably over time. It's fine. But it did catch me off guard a little bit. I gotta admit, I was like, I got a discount because I'm in their computer system as being like a valuable customer. So when they put in my phone number, they ask for my phone number and I put it in and it shows up on their system as like, give this guy a discount. So that's cool. But the discount basically covers the tax. So Home Depot is the only place you can buy Ryobi. And I don't think our Home Depot carries Ryobi router bits. At least, not that I've seen. Did I know that Ryobi was exclusive to Home Depot? Is that like Home Depot's in-house brand? Like is that like the Mastercraft of Home Depot? I don't know if I knew that. Maybe I did. Maybe I knew that I knew that Rigid was exclusive to Home Depot. Ours for sure has Ryobi router bits. TTI is it the parent company of Rigid and Ryobi that are exclusive to Home Depot? Bennett, don't tell me you went to Home Depot looking for router bits, okay? Because I don't think you did. No, they have the exclusive right to sell Rigid and Ryobi, both owned by TTI. Too many different relationships between tool companies. I can't keep them straight. By the way, speaking of keeping things straight, there are more of you watching than I have thumbs up on this video, and that is bad friending. Home Depot house brand is Husky and HDX. That is on like the hand tool side, though. I don't think either of those companies make power tools, do they? I don't think I've ever seen a Husky brand drill. We're not sure about bits. See, I told you. I was like, my Bennett ain't going into Home Depot looking at router bits. When's the last time you used a router, Mikey B? Too many, but only 360. I think last 2 weeks were 900. What? I get that's a side conversation that I am not involved in because that makes no sense to me. But Home Depot owns those brands. They don't need a power tool brand as they have exclusive. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's an interesting question. If I developed a line of tools, and Home Depot wanted to be exclusive retailers of that tool, would I do that? Probably. Because they are an enormous company with locations everywhere. I mean, obviously, I'd have like a math guy / person. I'd have a math. Pinnell would tell me whether or not that was a good decision. Is Delta exclusive to Lowe's? Because when I was shopping for my table saw, that was the decision that I was making, was the Rigid versus the Delta TS 3650. Essentially, like whatever the hybrid table saw is that Delta does, that Rigid then ended up copying with their 4560. And it was basically like, you get this one at Home Depot, you get this one at Lowe's. Been buying Freud on Amazon with the best price. Yeah, but I needed it like that day. Since I do IT support for Lowe's, I would suggest selling to Lowe's. Well, of course you would. They have garbage tools usually. They recently got Klein. Well, most places don't have exclusivity agreements, right? Like both of those places sell Milwaukee and DeWalt and Bosch and all these things. It's just like they have their own in-house exclusivity things like Rigid and Ryobi at Home Depot. And I thought maybe it's Cobalt, but I thought Delta was maybe exclusive with Lowe's. Delta tools are sold lots of places in Canada because I've never seen one outside of Lowe's. I don't even have a Lowe's. Our nearest Lowe's is an hour and a half up the highway. Home Depot also exclusively sells Stanley hand tools. Yeah, but you don't want to buy Stanley hand tools anymore. Super unfortunate. I know I shouldn't say that. I haven't tried, but it's pretty well accepted that the Stanley today is not the Stanley that you know. Busy Bee sells Delta? Oh, okay. Delta faucets and tools are definitely different. Is that even the same company? Is Delta Faucet Co. the same company as Delta Tools? I guess they'd have to be, or they would fight over the name. Stanley retail store tools are trash, but like your low angle jack, that's a different animal. Okay. So Stanley hand planes, I should get it. Maybe I'll email Stanley and be like, I want to do a blind test on your low angle jack versus my Veritas low angle jack. Maybe they'll send me one. Theirs is probably still called a 62. Everybody says that your tools are shit now. I'd be happy to prove them wrong by doing a blind test against my Veritas. Who knows? Maybe I get a free Stanley hand plane. Stanley number 4 today is trash. Plastic handles, poor casting, etc. The low angle jack you have is wood, good casting, decent steel and iron. My low angle jack is Veritas. I don't have a Stanley low angle. Record. I would love to get my hands on a new Stanley low angle jack and just put it up right next in a race. I'll sharpen them both the same. I'll put them in a blind. I'll get my boy Mike to come over and film me with blindfolds and put planes in my hand. See if I can tell the difference. I'll plane a board. I'll cut 2 sections of the same board, plane them both, give them back the tool, get the new tool, plane again, and then I unblindfold myself and I look at the 2 boards, and one's marked 1 and one's marked 2, and I see if I can notice the difference, and I felt the difference, and see if I can pick out the difference. These are good ideas. If I had the money and the resources and the camera crew, these would be the types of things I would love to do. Just a 3/8 Thompson Tools bowl gouge. Is this a separate conversation again? I think priority for them is so far away. Focused on big consumers like contractors, labor. Yeah, little guys like we're not their target audience for sure. The boutique artisan handcrafted makers, they don't give a shit about us. They like we're 0.04% of their sales. They don't care about us. Pick a day, I'll come help film some stuff. Okay. We got to plan some stuff to film first, because there's no point in you coming over and being like, "So, what should we do?" You want to come be cameraman, Mike? For that would honestly help so much. To just even just to the point of like I have a responsibility to this other human being to be efficient and work through a thing and have camera angles and camera moves and things set up, and it 2024 I maybe have a cameraman who I will give a percentage of my YouTube ad revenue to for helping me out. And every week on Monday from noon to 3, we are filming something. Would help so much. It helps so much, not only with production value, but with like the consistency of things. How much fooling around with a less expensive plane do you consider the limit? Time, money, enjoyment. Well, I don't want to pay myself less than $20 an hour for anything that I do. So if I save $100 by buying a cheaper plane, it better not take me 5 hours to get to an equivalent tool in terms of quality. I also don't want to do that. It's not something I enjoy. So I might be charging $30 an hour for my time to do that. So now we're down to 3 hours to make it worthwhile. So that's kind of in general how I look at things. It's like, if this is going to take me 3 hours to do, and how much am I going to enjoy doing that? I'm going to charge X number of dollars for that value. I'm going to go buy that tool from Veritas. Somebody messaged me earlier today, actually, asking if I know you've got the Stanley 45. Would that be where you would go again if what you wanted to do was cut rabbits and grooves and dados and things? Or would you go with a Veritas whatever for $100 more? I'd absolutely go with the Veritas for $100 more. I'd use my 45 once or twice ever. It can do way more than I ask for it to do. But if this is what you want to do with something, pay the extra money and get the good modern one with the amazing customer service that Veritas has, and like the all questions answered immediately. I dropped it on the floor. Can I have a new one? Yes. Like, yeah. Won't that cut into Chris's profits? It will. It will, unfortunately. No, it won't. No, I lied. It won't. Chris will make exactly the same amount of money he does now. Even if I pay Mikey B a percentage for film work, Chris will make the same amount, because I'm a really good employer. Like I I care about my employees. I treat them well. I have respect for them. I pay them appropriately for the amount of time and effort and skill required for them to do their job. Like I'm honestly, I'm one of the rare ones in terms of employers. Beer. Number 45 falls into the because it's fun category. This is it's neat. It's cool, it looks pretty, and it's fun. Yeah. It's not I think most tools that do a lot of things are not the best tools for any of those things. Lee Nielsen, for example, there's a reason they don't have sales. Yeah. They don't A, they don't need to. B, they're not making a shit ton of money. Like they're not making 90% on each of these things that they put out. Veritas only ever has sales on the shit that they screwed up. And like because their quality control is so good. I don't remember where the flaw was on this. But if you look at, I have a couple of videos on Veritas Factory Seconds thing. And I'm like, I don't know where, oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. Chip in the Japanning on the wall of my low angle jack. So now when it comes off, they go like, they look it over and they go like, oh, no, that one can't be sold for full price. It goes in the factory second sale. That's where I buy my Veritases. In the factory second sales. Because that's the kind of, you're getting a significant discount. 20% probably ish. To have a, like, yep, I will take that deal. Well, should we get this one wrapped up? I've enjoyed the conversation very much. Are those shelves doweled in? They absolutely are. Here, let's take the whole. That's exactly what they are. It's a good question, though. They do look floaty. Hey, where do you think you're going? I don't need to go anywhere. Just felt like the conversation was lulling. Sorry, been quiet. Been a rough week. Understood. Gonna hit the sack 7-hour trip tomorrow. All right. Have a good night, my friend. My thoughts are with you and your family. Mountaintop Joinery Shop. I don't know these people. Just did a video about dowel joinery and it's great. And its place in fine furniture. There's nothing wrong with dowel joinery. Not most. A lot of classic fine furniture But now, how much dowel work is in your rocking chair? Because I believe Sam Malouf was a big fan of dowel joinery, and it, like nobody would ever say that Sam Malouf's stuff was not quality furniture. But you didn't get you didn't do a Sam Malouf chair. You did a Sam Malouf inspired chair by Mark Spagnuolo. So maybe he didn't do as much dowel. But I mean, like, there are a lot of really, really reputable classic furniture makers that use dowel joints. It didn't pop up. I'll check the subscription page for. I don't think this isn't a video on my channel. The plain wall is not a video. But yeah, they're all just $2. I asked because your number 8 is up there, and it is just fine. And there are 2 dowels in that shelf as well, into 5/8 inch plywood, and they're 3/8 inch dowels. Maybe 1/2 inch dowels. They are 3/8 inch dowels. Just about lost my 45. Did you see that? It was out of frame, I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there were some dowels for sure. Yeah. If it's even for most structural things, it's one of those, like, is a Ryobi a good enough tool? For most people, yes. Is a dowel a good enough joint? For most things, yes. We don't need to do big fat ass haunch tenons that meet like this in the inside of the leg so that they have most things are just fine with dowels. Fucking pocket screws are good enough for most things. We all overbuild all of our things. Little 1/4 inch stub tenons that are this long are probably good enough for a lot of things. Watched a video where they broke joints, dowel, mortise tenons, and domino, and they were strong. They're way stronger than they need to be for an end table or a dining room table, even. Like, he was dispelling the hate. I had no bias. It's joinery. Yeah, anything mechanical is better than butt. I'm gonna leave that alone. Overbuilding is fun sometimes, but application absolutely matters. Does this need to be strong enough to park my truck on? Probably not. I don't know why I would need to put 700 pounds of pressure on this end table. Dowels are probably fine. Pocket screws are probably fine. Matthias did a video. Comparing the strength of dowels to mortise and tenon. Dowels were 20% stronger than mortise and well, then he's cutting shitty mortise and tenons. Because I don't think that's mathematically accurate. I don't think dowels will ever be 20% stronger than the equivalent or than the replacement version of a proper mortise and tenon joint. If he's doing it properly. Matthias is a creepy little dude. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Like, yes. I watch a lot of antique furniture repair videos, and dowels always need repair. It's true, but at least they can be repaired, is one way of looking at it. And the second way of looking at it is at least it's the type of furniture that people want to have repaired, as opposed to just throwing it out and getting a new one. If it was made at a high enough quality that people would rather repair it than throw it out and get a new one, it's obviously better than people maybe give it credit for. I popped apart a couple of chairs over at my parents' place, a red oak dining room set that they got in probably, I don't know, late 80s. And some of the joints were starting to wiggle loose, and they said, "Hey, can you do anything about this?" I said, "I'll see what I can do." And I popped apart a couple of joints, and they were 3/8 inch dowels, and I just squidged some more glue in, and then like clamped things back together, and yeah, and way better value to have that continue to go than for them to be like, "Yeah, let's get a new set," you know. The piece is still around to be repaired. This is exactly it. John's furniture repair page. Trina is awesome. I will have to believe you on that. I don't know who these are. My early dovetails are still holding very well. It's true, but you can't really dovetail a chair leg into a rail. Obviously dovetails are one of the strongest types of joints. Can't always do a dovetail. It's my first ever dovetail right here. This is my first ever dovetail. And I left it right there so that I have to see it all the time. And I can see that I cut on the wrong side of the damn line on the middle one. And there's a gap there. And I put it there. That was my first one on purpose, so I would have to see that and demand of myself that I get better. Fixing furniture is a good channel too. Enjoy his stuff. I don't know that I would want to watch people fixing furniture. There is certainly an art to it, and you can learn a lot about furniture by taking it apart and fixing it. But that's not what I want to spend my time doing. You should move the cabinet so you can see it better. You pop by anytime, and we'll move things around. I see it every time I come around the end of this bench, and I come this way, and I see that gap in that dovetail right there. Every time I come around this side of this bench, I see that gap right there. I cut on the wrong side of that line on my first dovetail. It reminds me to be better. Sometimes I'm not better, but it makes me want to be. Tom Johnson is another good one for antique repair. Again, that's not what I want to spend my time doing, is watching people repair furniture. But these are good advice things for people who do want to do that with their time. Probably make more money if I took on people's repair projects. But I don't, that's work. I don't want my time in the shop to be shitty. I don't. I want to enjoy my time out here. I want to make things that I like making. We both spent several hours watching people make booze. Yeah, but that was okay. Yeah. It's true. But it was because it was something that I thought I might want to do. I don't think I might want to get into furniture repair. It's like, if I thought maybe I would like to start taking on some furniture repair projects, I would spend some time watching people and learning how to do that. I do not want to start taking on furniture repair projects. So I am not going to spend my time watching people repair furniture. Remember when we were winding down and then we started getting into woodworking and forgot? I do remember that. That was fun. Remember back when I was like, okay, well, let's get it wrapped up. And then we just didn't? That dovetail is like a Michael Phelps silver swimming medal. Yeah, there's some flaws, but it got the job done. This was my first ever, I don't remember which side. It's my first ever half-blind dovetail. Pretty good. I don't remember if it was that side or that side. But pretty good. This was good. This tool cabinet was a really good project for building skills. For like, I'm going to try my first dovetails. I'm going to try my first half-blind dovetails. I'm going to try my first rail and style door construction. This was probably my best project in terms of skill development. The way Fixing Furniture Guy talks and explains really does do. There's a lot to be said for presentation, for sure. Fearsome, I'm going to look that channel up. What channel? Fixing Furniture. Once you get some projects done, I hope you do tackle one of the cabinets that I sketched. Oh man, it's sitting right here. Next year, something like the tool cabinet. One drawing, and away you go. It's got 4 saws in it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 saws and some pencils. Thank you very much. It is a super inefficient way to store tools. Yes. But originally it was supposed to be my plane cabinet. Like I went into that build thinking that they would be where my planes would go. But I like having them out. one of these. Maybe that one. No, that one. That'd be good. That's a cool design. Ooh, that's got a lot of drawers. That'd be good too. Japanese rice paper one. With the branch going through the middle. Hold on. Okay. Where like that's pretty cool too. Yeah, look, there's a few good ideas that I should absolutely think about getting into next year. 2024. The only goal is to turn the cutters on my segmented jointer and planer, and then after that, everything else is a bonus. All right, Pinello's out of here. Later, my friend. You're only getting paid for the first 2 hours and 16 minutes of the show. Can you draw on rice paper? Sure. 2024 goal. Stool. No, I have a perfectly good stool. Thank you very much. I'm obsessed about plain tills and cabinets like Chris Becksford hinged his. Yeah. Wow. I mean, Chris Becksford is one of the gems in terms of like the care and love that he puts into every piece of anything that he makes. So yeah, I get that. That sketch gives me Michael Fortune inlay vibes. That was the idea of it, was that it was going to be an inlay. But then when I was talking about it on the show and going through the sketchbook, somebody was like, oh, it'd be cool if that was like an actual branch and then it was rice papered behind it. And I thought that would be cool too. I'll probably still do it with the inlay instead. One more beer. I'm gonna go urinate beside the house. And let's hang out. What kind of looks like I'm still over half. Oh, JND Creations put out a new video. Look at that. I got a notification that Jack's put out something. Here, after the show, I'm gonna go watch Jack's new video. That felt a little bit loud. Sorry if you guys had to actually hear me piss beside the house. Oh, right. I was gonna smoke too. You guys make fun of me for not putting out very many videos. Jax hasn't put out that many videos in the last year either, so. I mean, the videos he puts out are way better than mine, but I think I put out more than he did over the past like year and a half ish. If we're gonna fight about video productivity, what did I do this year? I did the paddle inlay, the mountain art project, the 30 bowls for the shop, I haven't done any turning videos this year, have I? So I do an expense spreadsheet, but I'll stay because the dogs are both sleeping. There you go. Yes, let them sleep. We'll hang out. Bathrooms equal the intentional international room. You gotta go, you're Russian. When you're going, European. When you're done, you're Finnish. Hey! I like that. I want to go watch Jax's new video. It's like, that's exciting. Probably how some people feel about when I put out a new video. They're like, oh, what? What did he do? Let's check the notification again. He folds like, oh, it's a tool review. Never mind. He does these like Aussie tool reviews. Probably great for Australians. But he got it at someplace like Tarbatech. And it's an in-house brand. And it doesn't mean anything to anybody else other than Australians. Damn it, Jax! I wanted to watch a new project video. Can't buy that at Canadian Tire. Yeah, I know, right? Damn it. He is fun. I'll still watch it. But plus, he's a friend of mine, and I want to support him and whatever. So I'll watch it. I will comment on it. I will like it. Because that's what you do when you're friends with someone. Hint, hint. But yeah. And his last one. That gorgeous, gorgeous burl bowl that he turned on his last video. What Jackery? Yeah, we're talking about Jax Doyle. JND Creations. My frenemy, my nemesis, my YouTube faux rivalry. Yeah, good dude. Neither of us do enough on the internet. He does drone videos and stuff. Oh, R. Jackson, the grit guy. No, the grit guy is Scott. But Jax is also friends with Scott, the grit guy. It's actually how I met Jax, is through grit guy Scott. He was like, hey, you should check out this other guy that I support down here in Australia. And I was like, hey, this guy's cool too. I like that guy. Most of those Australians seem pretty cool. All of the ones that I've ever had the opportunity to interact with seem pretty cool. I mean, there are dicks everywhere, but in general, most of the maker slash woodworking community generally pretty cool people. Like I think we have a pretty cool community of people who are into similar things and have similar mindsets about a lot of things. I've made some pretty cool friends. I mean, we talk about like why I bothered to do this, and it's absolutely not for the money. It's because people like you guys who come and hang out and shared experiences and fun discussions and um, it's good attitudes about the world and stuff. I find there's a lot of crossover in the hobbies too. Like I'm into RCs and doing some scale diorama stuff. I'm making scale rocks right now, watching your woodworking chat show. Yeah, yeah. Do you make little scale rock? What are you making it out of? Like styrofoam? Making scale rocks. I like that. You got to finish the little trailer thing. And your little garage. Oh, you gave that to Mark. I was trying to talk Mike into a while ago. I was trying to talk him into making like a photo booth that's like the interior of a garage where his truck could be getting work done on it. And it would have like little posters up on the wall and like workbenches and stuff like that. Little miniature things for his miniature truck to like park in. And it was cool. It was a good idea. I think you should do it still. Last time I had diorama, it was because of too many burritos. Heyo! Last time I had diorama was whiskey, I think. Speaking of which, I still have some Maker's Mark over there. I could go have a bourbon. If anybody's having bourbon tonight, I could have a bourbon with you again. The problem with the miniature garage is all those little detailed bits are so flipping expensive. Currently making a river bed out of rocks, which are actually styrofoam. But you make them yourself. That's the cool thing about it. They're not expensive because they're like you rip a piece of pallet wood off one of those things down at work, and you bring it home and you cut that little piece of wood into little mini legs for the table, and you make a little mini table out of free wood that you got from at the shop. Drinking cheap bourbon as usual. Tonight it's McKenna. I don't remember what the one was last week. You remind me what the one that you guys were talking about last week. Was that McKenna? I'll go watch it back. But I remember saying like, well, I'm gonna go look for it at the shop the next time. I'm having juice, but you can totally have a bourbon. I know that I can. Tim's having a bourbon. I'll have a bourbon with you guys. There's usually a couple of you having a bourbon. I'll have a... I'll have a bourbon with you. Yeah, come on. There you go. The Maker's Mark. Last week I had Benchmark. I don't know enough about the different kinds of bourbons. I've had a couple of different Jim Beams. I've had Jack Daniels, Maker's Mark. It's very, very sweet for a grain alcohol. It's bourbon in general is a very, very sweet. And I think I said last week, I was like, I like my coffee sweet, but I don't know that I love my alcohol sweet. I don't like it bitter. I don't like modern IPAs that are like almost all hops. Very little malt. Don't like that. But bourbon is a very, very sweet grain alcohol. Like I take a sip and it feels like I'm giving myself diabetes. Had a phone call, just got back. Oh, welcome back. We're still going, apparently. I think twice now we've been like, okay, well, let's get it wrapped up. Thanks for coming, everybody. And then we just keep going. Brian, did we establish we're going to do live show over on your channel on the first Wednesday of December? Do I remember that correctly? Is that the drink that made you smell like a bar today? That was a mean thing to say. But maybe. It's weird that like anytime Nadia says like, "What, you smell like you were drinking," it's like I had like 3 beer and went to bed early. There may have been 1 bourbon involved last night as well, but maybe. Wasn't trying to be mean. Well, you don't have to try to be mean. It just comes naturally. Hey, yo. Yeah, bourbon I think is too sweet for me. December 6th. All right. I will put it on my calendar. We'll do a show, a live show over on your channel on December 6th. And I will have some things. We'll do some show and tell and maybe a demo over on the lathe. I'll turn a pan or something over there just to like be making something. I bring out the best in you. I do. It's true. Stephen McLean. How you doing, my friend? That's a new name. Welcome to the show. You're welcome here as long as you're cool and not shitty. I shouldn't have had to say both of those things. Turn a wooden Christmas tree. I am going to do some Christmas trees for the market that I'm in on the 9th and 10th of December. So maybe I'll save one for the live show with Brian. I got to do some Christmas trees, some snowmen, some gnomes. I have a bunch of wood prepped for snowman hats and snowmen. Like probably, I don't know, a dozen worth of prepped materials for snowmen and snowman hats and some gnomes, and I got a bunch of wood picked out to do a bunch of trees. We have a good video chat between the two of us before then. Sure. Oh, you actually want to like plan your show? Like some kind of professional? so we know what we're doing before we go in. I mean, sure, it sounds like nonsense, but I'm in. That's why other people have better shows than me. It's because they plan things ahead of time. Cool, man. What? Yeah, however it needs to work out. If you want to do some prep work, we can do some prep work. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about? It's with what's been up a little bit over here. Need to do some trimmy work. Nadia tried to book me into like a beard groomer person because she's super mean and she thinks that I'm hideous. So she was like, you know what we should do is I should pay for somebody to deal with that for you. And I said, no, please don't. That'll be really uncomfortable and make me feel really self-conscious the whole time that that's happening. And I don't think that would be a pleasant experience. And she was like, yeah, but you're hideous. Can we just fix it, please? Like, that is shit. Please stop coming to work looking like that. And I said, no, I won't. That's not how it happened. It was like paraphrased. That's pretty close to how it happened. I got another famous random interjection. All right. You guys ever get an old box, like an old butter box, and it smelled? Not moldy, an old wooden BLO Danish tongue oil varnish. Cover it. Yeah. I know the old musty wooden box smell that you're talking about. I don't know why you'd want to cover it. I think that adds some coolness to it. But shellac, I think, would be the answer. All the like smell negating primers, paints, and stuff, they're all shellac based. I think shellac is probably what you want to be looking at. It's bug puke, but I think shellac is probably your answer in terms of what you're looking to do. It's always great when Nadia shows up to keep Mike in line. That's not what's happening. She doesn't have any control over me whatsoever when she's not paying me. So, she only has a little bit of control over me when she is paying me. In fact, like she has partial control when she's paying me and none when she's not. So I'm gonna run out and get something to eat. I'm back to see if you're still on. Who knows at this point, my friend? It's like we already tried to end twice, so maybe. If not, we'll talk soon, I'm sure. It's the inside that has a smell and has sat for years exposed. I don't have the stuff inside coming. I don't love the stuff inside coming out smelling. I think shellac, I think, is probably the answer that you're looking for. Because it is a form filming finish that is scent sealing, negating. It's also super easy to apply and burns into itself in terms of multiple coats. Love the smell of BLO and paste wax. Sure. I would completely clean the inside of my tool chest with it. In fact, I do. Also, beeswax changes the scent. He's not lying. He's pretty terrible at listening to me. I will disagree. I will respectfully disagree. I am pretty good at listening to you. I just don't always do what I've heard you say after I listen to you. You're terrible at listening to me too, lady. Matt Astley just released a new video? Really? On his new, like on his main channel? Because I know he's got like at least 2 channels. Maybe after I'm done here, I might watch Jax's new video and go over and watch Matt Astley. Which video, on his main channel or the other one? Yeah, let's see. Woodworking, making a wood Nerf gun? Matt Astley making a wooden Nerf gun? I am all over that. I am all over that. I would love the pillows injured. You really want to try that on something. Pillowing dovetails that stick out like Wood Whisperer did in his most recent video too. Okay. I've all but stopped watching the Wood Whisperer videos. He's like one of the biggest influences in my woodworking career is Mark Spagnolo at the Wood Whisperer. And I have all but stopped watching his videos. I can't really put my finger on why, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. But like I'll see a new Wood Whisperer. It used to be like I'd see a Wood Whisperer video come up in my feed and I would click it immediately and watch it all the way through and then like and comment and stuff and whatever. And just the last maybe year, I've clicked on them a couple of times and been like, yeah, no, not for me. I don't know if maybe like I've like moved past it. Like I'm not saying that to like toot my own horn like I'm better than that now or anything. It's just for some reason his videos just have not been doing it for me the last a year and a half maybe. I pay him money every month. I'm a Patreon supporter. I am a Wood Whisperer Guild member. I love what he has done for the woodworking community over the years, but his latest, like his videos over the last couple of years have just really not done it for me. I don't know what it is. Our interests changed. I don't watch Jimmy DeResta regularly anymore either. Yeah, I guess. Part of it is just that it's not the style of content that I want to consume. Maybe part of it is that the project itself is not what I was ever interested in. I was interested in the techniques and the learning part of it, and he's now doing another project using those same techniques, so I don't actually need to learn how to cut a mortise with a router anymore. I don't know what it is. It's a little bit upsetting, honestly, because he was like one of my I would consider him a mentor. We've never met, we've never spoken, but he is one of my woodworking mentors. And the fact that for the last probably 2 years, I haven't either bothered to watch or watched for a few minutes and been like, nah, is upsetting to me. And I don't think he's changed anything in terms of what he does. But for me, it's just not, it doesn't hit the same anymore. Daner Made is one I really enjoy, but I really want to work with palettes. You really, hold on, you really want to work with palettes? That's a thing that you said out loud? I mean, I understand working with palettes because they're available and free and et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think I've ever heard anyone say, I really want to work with palettes. I don't think that's a thing you should want to do. You should want to work with quality wood. But I want to work with pallets because they're free and available and cheap, and I would like to repurpose and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it makes sense. Just the actual sentence itself, I really want to work with pallets, sounds weird. It's like when somebody says, like, you know what I really want to do tonight? I really want to watch, like, uh I really want to watch Kirsten Dunst in a movie. Like, no, no, I don't think that's a thing that you should want to do. Like, she might be in a good movie that you want to watch, but you shouldn't want to watch Kirsten Dunst in a movie. Or like Kristen Stewart. Although she has improved over the years. Like, just, just ragging on movie stars. Like, need to watch some new Yankee videos too now that's on YouTube. I'm sure there are a couple to enjoy. Yeah, I've watched a few of them. Not a ton, but I've watched a couple. Star Wars Episode 1 has its moments. It's fine. The small child in Episode 1 is not good at it. But that's directors and casting fault. It's the film itself is okay. Settle down. What you really want to watch is Scarlett Johansson. With it, meme, like, like those memes that are like, oh no, we have Scarlett Johansson at home, and then the next frame is Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, it's not inaccurate. I don't know why are Kirsten Dunst eyes are not on the same plane. Am I the only one who ever noticed that Kirsten Dunst eyes are not, like, on a normal head? The eyes, nose, like, there's proportions, right? Kirsten Dunst has like one eye that's like, she's perfectly fine actor. I should not be judgmental. It's not all about attractiveness. spend an inordinate amount of time removing glue and ring nails from pallets every I go to the trucking place. Huge pile of crate materials next to compactors. Break them down and reuse them. I have nothing against breaking down pallets and reusing. I made a whack of boxes and sold the shit out of them at Christmas markets a couple years ago. Broken down pallets, great material. I'm just saying, you shouldn't aspire to making use of pallets. Let's use them. Let's make them into stuff that's good. But I've always wanted to work with pallets. Should not be a thing that you say. I just watched Rogue One. Oh, congratulations. I watched pieces. I finally made it through and loved it. The Rogue One, okay. Controversial hot take. I've said it before. I will say it again. Star Wars Rogue One is the best Star Wars film. As a standalone entity, Rogue One is the best Star Wars film. It doesn't need anything before, it doesn't need anything after. As its own self-contained film, Rogue One is the best film. Empire Strikes Back, sir. We can agree to disagree. Rogue One is the best Star Wars film as its own standalone entity. And that's coming from someone who has like a nostalgic love and reverence for the original films. So I understand, Tim, Empire Strikes Back is the best of the oldies. Although there's an argument to be made for Jedi. But the best individual standalone Star Wars film is absolutely Rogue One. And I will fight you. Not Solo. Not Solo. But Solo was better than a lot of arguments against it. It was fun. It sometimes, that's another thing that I hate. Oh, fuck, here he goes. He's going to start old man shakes fist at cloud and making statements about society and whatever. I think sometimes we need to just appreciate that something is good enough and fun. Not every movie needs to be the best goddamn movie ever made. Like, you can just go have a good time and enjoy yourself watching a movie. It doesn't need to be like, this was better. Oh, it wasn't nearly as good. It would have been better if this and this. It's like the casting was shit, or they should have got so and so. Like, just go and enjoy yourself and like have a good time for a couple hours and like let yourself be immersed in the thing and be fine with it being okay. Like, not everything has to be the best film you've ever seen. It can just be having fun for a couple hours. Like, I am not expecting wonderful things when I go see The Marvels next weekend. But I guarantee you I'm going to walk out of there afterwards and be like, you know what? That was cool. That was not a complete waste of my time. I had fun for a couple hours. not everything has to be the best thing ever. Unless Kirsten Dunst. It's true. It's true. Um, and she's probably a lovely person. I just can't think of anything. I can't think of anything she's been in that I thought that she was the right person for. And her eyes are like off, which is weird to me. Really like Wonder Woman 1984. I didn't hate 84 as much as everybody else did because I was like, it's a fun time for a couple of hours. The visual effects were garbage and the story was not great, and it was just fine. In terms of spending a couple hours in front of a screen, it was just fine. Interview with Vampire, yeah, okay, fair. Kirsten Dunst, sure. Interview with Vampire, but that was like despite her as opposed to because of her. South Park episode from 2 weeks ago. I don't watch TV really. Kathleen Kennedy. I can just imagine. I can only imagine what Matt and Trey did to Kathleen Kennedy. I would never want to assume what they did because they could take numerous directions with whatever they do in ripping apart society, and I love them for it. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I love Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. Yeah, me too. Yeah, Linda Carter. Fair. It's because you're an old man. And you have a nostalgic connection. But yeah, Gal Gadot was a perfectly fantastic Wonder Woman. Black Panther 2 was kind of a fart in the wind. I actually quite enjoyed Black Panther 2. I thought they did a lot of things right. And again, not every time you sit down in front of the thing does it need to be your best experience ever. They don't all need to be Thor Ragnarok. Or Star Wars Rogue One. They don't all need to be the Shawshank Redemption. Get off my lawn. I'm gonna come step on your lawn. I'm not allowed in the States. If I was allowed in the States, I would come walk all over your lawn. I think I'm gonna say it again. We should start getting this wrapped up. Gladiator? It's a pretty good show. Pretty good movie. Lots of good performances. Pretty good movie. Say 7.8. I'll give Gladiator a 7.8. Now I compare them to Endgame. Well, I think everything in the Marvel Universe has to be compared to Endgame in terms of your appreciation level for it. But that doesn't make Doctor Strange 2 a shit movie. Just makes it not as good as the best movie in the Marvel Universe. I liked Black Widow. Black Widow was a fun romp of a movie. Would I say that it's better than Endgame? No, come on, come on. V for Vendetta, good show. Yeah, V for Vendetta. Queen Amidala is in Vendetta. It's true. It's true. Natalie Portman is 74 times better actress than Kirsten Dunst. Natalie Portman is fantastic in everything that she's done. If you want to see the best Natalie Portman film in that I've seen, I can't say that I've seen all of her films. But in my opinion, the best film I've ever seen Natalie Portman in, both in her role and as a film in general, is a movie called Closer. And it's Natalie Portman and Jude Law, and it's a serious drama thing that isn't a lot of people's jive, but it's a fantastic film. And at one point, she's a stripper in that movie, which is pretty cool to watch. But in general, that is probably my favorite Natalie Portman movie. Natalie has a masterclass video. I watched a few minutes and sitting in a chair explaining acting is very interesting. Yeah, that would be cool. Black Swan. I did not see Black Swan. So maybe that one might overtake Closer if I had actually watched that. I fully admitted that I have not seen all of her films. That is my favorite Natalie Portman performance. Natalie did that SNL video that is a bonus on V for Vendetta DVD, hidden in the menus. Rapping. Okay, yeah, no, I would never have a problem loving her all over again. Favorite fun movie, Dazed and Confused. That's a pretty good one. Favorite fun movie. Fun, don't take it so seriously. Campy kind of movie. I don't know. That's actually a really good question. It wasn't a question, but I'm making it into one. Favorite, like, fun, don't take it seriously kind of movie. I don't even know, because most of the movies that I actually like have like some depth and seriousness to them. Dodgeball, Anchorman. Those are the types of movies that when I think of like fun movie to not take seriously, but just sit back and enjoy it and have some laughs. Step Brothers. Put my balls on your drum kit. That's pretty fun, and don't take it seriously. Dread 2020. Vampire Hunter, Red Line, Princess Mononoke. Yeah, okay. Yeah, those. I've never seen any of those. I was just gonna say like that. Yeah, no, those are great. I can't say that at all. I've never seen any of those films. But I think like for me, it would be like Step Brothers or one of the Will Smith or one of the Will Ferrell like nonsense movies like Anchorman or Talladega Nights, where it's just like completely mindless. As good as it gets, Unforgiven. Yeah. Fifth Element is one of the best science fiction films of all time, especially when you say like one of the best science fiction films that wasn't an adaptation from a book or something. Fifth Element as an original piece of screen work was fantastic. Like not even as a science fiction film, but as a film. All right, later, Mike. I'll see you on Monday for filming. Maybe not this week, but we'll line that up for sure. You want to be my new cameraman in 2024? I'm in. We're at 3 hours all of a sudden. Come on. Why does this keep happening? The great outdoors. John, great outdoors. Planes, trains, and automobiles. I mean, it's a Caddyshack. Yeah, like these are like it's a different frame, but yes, yes, there are a lot of good ones from back in that realm. Like batteries not included. Do you ever want to just like sit down and immerse yourself into like 1985 New York apartment complex with aliens made out of pie plates? That's your shit right there. One of my first and best memories ever, um, in terms of films, was seeing Batteries Not Included for the first time. There was a magic in that, in whatever year that was. I want to say 85, 86. I was probably 6 or 7 years old. Somebody can fact check me on the year of Batteries Not Included, but that it still sticks with me. The emotional connection that film made with a small child at that time was just perfect. There was happy, there was sad, there was anger. It did the whole roller coaster of emotions all the way through. The the this the giant black man who like tries to save the small alien thing. If it's like it was dying and he like saves it and brings it back to life, like I'm crying right now thinking about the emotional response I had to that film. So good. Jesus, I actually am. That, wow. I'm gonna actually need a minute. That's seriously something. It tells you like how well ingrained. Wow. Whew. Damn. That is, I'm in my head, I'm like watching this happen like I'm 7 or 8 years old. And then they save the building. And the developers go up around them and they get to save the building. Oh. And they put every little tile back into the hallway. Oh, God. Oh, I'm a mess. Oh. Sorry, not sorry. And the like 90-year-old lady who's the only not racist person. And then oh, that might be the perfect movie. That, honestly, Batteries Not Included might be the perfect movie. It's hilarious and it's fun and it's deep and every note kills. Damn. I have not thought about that film for a long time. I haven't seen it for decades, and it's making me cry on the internet. Wow. Everybody go watch Batteries Not Included. Beer. Which movie was number 5 alive? That was Short Circuit. Another fantastic 80s science fiction type. Short Circuit was another. They made really good movies back in the 80s. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Flight of the Navigator and actually you go on family movie night maybe 2 months ago, give or take. We go on a rotation on family movie night. We he gets to pick, she gets to pick, I get to pick, and it goes on a rotation on Sunday nights. And a couple of months ago I picked Flight of the Navigator and it was awesome. It was like it took so long. I didn't remember it taking so long for him to get to this device, but another really good 80s science fiction movie. Well, not really science fiction movie, but you know what I mean. Let's see what people are talking about. More input. Funny. Catwoman. Catwoman was fine. It was another one of those ones. So it's like, it doesn't need to be the best fucking superhero movie in the world. It was just fine, and it was fun for an hour and a half. Last Starfighter, another good one. Another good one. I just don't know. I wanted to pick that, but it wasn't on any of the streaming services. I think I wanted to do it the week after I did Flight of the Navigator as my pick. And we couldn't find it. I gotta find it in a a bin of $5 DVDs someplace, I guess. I don't know. Who owns the rights to Last Starfighter? And where can I watch it in Canada on a streaming service? Because I would love to introduce my child to that. I watched Lost in Space 1998. William Hurt and Heather Graham. So bad and terrible and really great. Lost in Space. Yeah. And Alan Rickman is in Lost in Space 1998 as well. He's got a great character in that film. I mean, Alan Rickman in anything. Alan Rickman might be one of those people where, like, I don't think he's ever... Anything that Alan Rickman is probably good. I can't think of a film that Alan Rickman has been in that has not at least been entertaining for the value of the time that you've put in. I really liked Gothica. Oh, Gothica was great. I don't think that's how it's spelled. That's the one with Jude Law and... Oh, does he mean Galaxy Quest? I probably do. You're right. My bad. Gothica was the Jude Law and genetic. He's trying to be an astronaut, and he has to get the blood from somebody else. Is that somebody? What movie was that? That was really good. Ethan Hawke and Jude Law and what's her face, who has since become a crazy person. Oh, Halle Berry. Okay, yes, different film. What's the one I'm thinking of? Gothica was good. I agree. I off the top of my head, I don't remember what it was about, but I remember really liking it. What's the one I'm thinking of? Jude Law and Ethan Hawke and Crazy Lady, and he's trying to be an astronaut, but they have to do tests, and it's genetic manipulation and things. Gattaca. Thank you, Matt. Gattaca. Great movie. Being thankful for Alan Rickman in Harry Potter movies is a big deal. Yes, he absolutely is. He's cool as hell in Dogma. Maybe going back to that discussion about like the best fun movies. I mean, it does have some depth. It has some seriousness when you look below the surface. But yeah, it's a great film. Yeah. Dogma. I think Dogma might be one of the movies I have watched more than any other film ever. Because when I found it originally, I was like, this is the best movie that's ever been made. I have to just watch this over and over and over and over and over again. And Matt Damon and Ben and on the bus, and just everything about that film, everything about Dogma is, unless you are a serious church person, even if you're a serious church person, you need to recognize that that movie is fucking hilarious. George Carlin was in that. As it, Dogma is one of the best films ever made. Alan Rickman is Hans Gruber in Die Hard. Yes, he absolutely is. Alan Rickman is a gem. Like I said, I don't think that there's a film that Alan Rickman is in that is not worth your time. I can't think of a film that Alan Rickman has been in that is not worth your time to sit through. He's the Metatron in Dogma. He's like one of the most important characters in the Bible in that film. Totally put Sam Rockwell up next to Alan Rickman. Yes, I understand. Yeah, I get that. My favorite Sam Rockwell movie. Now we're just doing movies. This is cool. Have you seen Moon? So you're like hearkening back to the earlier conversation about science fiction movies. Moon is literally just Sam Rockwell. It's just him in a base on a moon. But it's so good. I actually did I did an in-depth investigation into that film as part of one of my degrees in university. I was in a science fiction literature class at university, and I picked that film as like the subject of a fairly extensive dissertation. Not comparing, just praising. Yeah, no, and we like it's not fair to compare and contrast and whatever, but like, yeah, you're right. He is a super versatile actor. Did you like the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix? I did not see it. I'm kind of embarrassed to say that I have not seen the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix. He is also a very, very talented actor. I'm actually quite embarrassed to say that I have not seen Joaquin's Joker. You see, you were never really here with Joaquin Phoenix. No, I have not. He's a very talented individual. Somebody compile me a list. No, I'll just go to IMDb and be like, I'm gonna spend a couple days watching Joaquin Phoenix be in stuff because he is a very talented actor, and I think he's also very picky about the movies he makes. Oh, out of nowhere, kind of science fiction-y, sort of post-apocalyptic type films and wonderful actors. There's a movie with what the shit is his face? Christian Bale, where he is defending, like, they've created a society after World War III. They're creating a society where people aren't allowed to feel. And so all of the art and everything has been stripped away, and people are like hiding it in underground bunkers and stuff so that they can still feel something. And it's just like this concrete jungle world, and there are people called priests that go around and they hunt down people who feel things. And Sean Bean is in it for the first, spoiler alert, he dies very quickly. But it really, really good show. Talks deep about the meaning of art and feeling and equilibrium. There it is. And there's a science behind how they use guns. It's just a really, really well done futuristic science fiction movie. And I don't know a lot of people who have seen that movie, actually. It kind of went under the radar for a long time. I think it's an underappreciated, considering like how good that film was. I don't think that it got the following that it deserves. Gun Fu. That's right. It's Gun Fu. Sean Bean dies in a movie? Wow. Yeah, right? And earlier than expected? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Sean Bean would have been like an actor in a movie that dies in the first third? No, that was a really good show. Equilibrium. That should be my next choice for family movie night, actually. No, my next choice is probably going to be The Marvels. We're going to go down to Courtney and watch it in the good theater with the good seats. I think Joaquin got big for Signs. I loved that movie. Didn't the first time around. Dark Room, no. Signs? Was that M. Night Shyamalan? Christian Bale turned out to be a real jerk in real life. It's made it hard for me to enjoy his movies. Yeah, we have to be able to separate the art from the artist sometimes. Not when the artist is a shitty person in some ways, but in others. I have a problem separating the art from the artist in situations where there's child molestation or rape issues, but just being an angry asshole. I can separate the art from the artist. It takes some work. But yeah, I understand how you could feel that way. And even as much as I hate to say it, as much as Powder was an amazing film, you can still recognize that that is an amazing film despite knowing that it was made by who it was made by. You don't need to respect the artist to respect the art in a lot of situations. Have you seen Split? Speaking of M. Night Shyamalan, I have not. But so, like, hypothetically speaking, we can't enjoy anything that people were in before we found out that they were huge assholes. You know, like it. I I have a problem with justifying for myself even. Um, Kevin Spacey, prime example. Fantastic actor. Did a lot of really good things in his capacity as an actor. Turned out to be a terrible human being. I still need to be able to recognize that House of Cards season one was one of the best seasons of a television show of all time, despite its main character being played by an actor who's a terrible, terrible human being. M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong. Okay, Split. I'll look into Split. I don't think I ever watched an M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong movie that I wasn't at least like. Obviously, they're not all The Sixth Sense in terms of their quality. Um, I don't think any of them I was like, wow, that was a waste of my time. The one with the girl in the like secluded community maybe wasn't very good. I don't remember what that one was called, but it was kind of it was almost like M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong was trying to harness Margaret Atwood a little bit, and only kind of worked. The Village, was that it? His constant plot twists become too obvious. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like you're like, oh, it's M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong. So about 2/3 of the way through, none of this is gonna make sense. Like, this is all gonna be a different thing all of a sudden. So you go into it with the expectation of like, yeah, is this really what I'm watching right now? Oh my god, no, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, he kind of like he self pigeonholed himself into a style of filmmaking. Yeah, about 2/3 of the way through, you're gonna find out that this is not what you thought it was, which is cool. I mean, whatever. He like he hit a niche for a while. I don't think he's probably having trouble financially. He made 3 or 4 in a row in the '90s, and it's like, bang! Now I don't have to do anything ever again. I liked The Village. I remember being angry at the end. Okay. Were you angry because he shifted things on you and you like didn't expect it? Were you angry at the why were you angry at the end? Let's acknowledge, like, let's Look into that a little bit. Why were you angry at the end of the village? I was angry at the end of the village because I was like, really? Yeah, that's kind of disappointing. I wasn't angry. I was like, fucking M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong with his fucking twist. Like, boo. But I wasn't angry. Because we all know that that's what he's going to do. He's going to do something somewhere where it's like, it's a different thing. I'm M. Night Shyamalama. No, I like The Village. Oh, what were you angry at the? What you said you were angry at the end of it? I mean, the movie called The Happening. Oh, see, need to use your words better. You were angry at the end of The Happening, capitalized. Because earlier you said, I remember being angry at the end of Happening. And I just assumed that you were talking about the end of the film Happening and you got angry at it. No. I didn't see the Mark Wahlberg The Happening, M. Night Shyamalama. I do like Mark Wahlberg. To a point. Best Mark Wahlberg film. He's kind of the same dude all the time, but I think my favorite Mark Wahlberg film is probably the one where he was I'm a football guy, kind of, in some ways, where he was the Philadelphia Eagles walk-on tryout guy. Such an amazing soundtrack in the 70s. It was like a period piece from the 1970s where he made the team as a walk-on guy after playing football in the parking lots with his buddies. And Papatulo, yeah. It's an iron worker because it's Invincible. That's the one. Thanks, Matt. Invincible. I think it was a Disney movie, actually. But Mark Wahlberg as the walk-on Philadelphia Eagles football player in the 70s. Really, really good movie. Maybe the best soundtrack to a film ever. That's brash. That's a tall claim. Best movie soundtrack ever. Yeah, Invincible is right up there. It's like all the 70s classic rock hits. And every note of those songs hit perfectly in the filmmaker's mind. It was really, really well done. Invincible. Mark Wahlberg, football movie. Probably, of all the football movies, might be at the top. There are a lot of good football movies, but that one is right up there. Heading to bed, Mike. Talk to you soon. All right. Later, man. Like this, yeah, this show's gone nonsense. We're just we're just sitting here talking about movie nonsense now. We'll talk soon, and we'll figure out. We'll pre-plan your fancy pants show for the December 6th episode. Here. And we're going. And it's going to end up being a 4-hour goddamn show again. But why not? I'm having fun with my friends on the internet. This is one of the highlights of my week, is hanging out with you guys on the internet. So I'm not going to apologize for this show taking as long as it needs to take for us to hang out. Mark Wahlberg is in a movie called The Big Hit. It's an older one. I love it for some reason because it's different and fun. Kind of masks the topic like Home Alone does. I liked Mark Wahlberg also in the Will Ferrell. They're cops, and he's like the bad boy cop, like the gun happy bad boy cop, and Will Ferrell is like an accountant cop. He does he's like doing spreadsheets and shit like Pinnell. And he's like, oh, I'm doing the cost overrun of the whatever, and they get partnered up. That was a pretty fun movie too. The other guys, that was one. Yeah, that was pretty funny too. Hey, I'm doing spreadsheets right now. Well, I hope you enjoy doing spreadsheets. I have no interest in doing spreadsheets. I love that people like doing spreadsheets because they are important for a lot of things. But it's like working with metal. Like, I love that people like working with metal. I don't. I like working with wood. It's warm. It has soul. Spreadsheets don't have a soul. They're digital accounting, soulless things. Oh, I'm gonna get demonetized. You may have accidentally saw my cigarette. What kind of spreadsheets are you doing right now, Matt? What are you spreadsheeting? Hopefully it's not like how much I spent at Handworks. I'm gonna go urinate beside the house again because now I broke the seal. Nadia, if you're still here, if it does not stop raining by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we are going to have to cancel the class because I'm not moving my lathe in the rain in the box of my truck. I'm happy to come call everybody and reschedule whatever needs to happen, but when I looked at the weather earlier today, when I was calling people to tell them about how to dress for the class, Uh, it didn't look like it was supposed to be raining tomorrow, but expense got a $3 parking meter. Did a text file for Hangout. However, it needs to work out. Did you already call students about coats? I did. I told them that they need to dress appropriately for being outside, but have sleeves that could roll up and stay secured around their elbows, because we can't have long sleeves around a lathe, but you still need to be warm. Rain might stop. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. We'll get that room upstairs back and put a couple lathes in there so we can do classes, and then we can tarp it off and do other things in there too. But turning, especially now that we can't do them in those parking spots over beside the building because they've rented them and whatnot, it's super hassle. Put a tent up, we'll do a class. We got to figure out how to get it inside. And we will. There's no problem there. I made that suggestion, but you didn't jump on it, so I assumed you weren't into it. What suggestion? Duh, I was the first person to jump on we've got the room back upstairs. I was the first person to jump on that. Be like, lathe room. If that's what you're talking about. I would be surprised to hear that I didn't jump on a suggestion that was good. To use the room upstairs, so I told them they could stay. No! What? We don't get the room back? Literally, the first thing that happened when you said, hey, we're getting that room back, is I said, lathe room, yes, please. It wasn't just in my head. Go back in the chat room, lady. It happened immediately. I was like, oh my God, lathe room. And we even talked about it since then. We're like, okay, so if I make enough money at the market, I'll buy a lathe, you buy a lathe, we'll have 2 lathes up there in the room. Dude, what do you mean you told him you could stay? We don't get that room back anymore? Then I have to wait till summer to do turning classes again in the parking lot? Boo. It's all good. You can tell them to leave anytime. Yeah, we got to make that room make what, $600 a month? thought they were already leaving. Like, I thought they were like, we'll talk about it. This is not a public conversation. We can talk business, not publicly on the internet. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. I'm not on the January-February schedule for turning classes, which is probably for the best because we don't have a good situation right now. For those of you who are wondering about this inside conversation we're talking about, I was doing turning classes outside under an overhang beside the building, but now they've rented out the building beside it for upstairs for apartments, and those are now parking spaces for tenants. So I don't have that space anymore to be doing classes in. So it's either like in a tent in the parking lot and we lose parking spots, or behind the building on an uneven grassy area with not a good situation. So we're just going to hold off for a couple of months on the turning classes down at the shop until we can get something figured out. Which we will. We will get something figured out. Is there a way that we can get your shop insurance to cover outside locations? Because I know we were talking about the complication of having people go to other people's locations and still be covered by insurance and whatever. But that might be something we could look at in terms of having one-on-one classes, or I don't have a lot of room, but I could figure out one-on-ones or two-on-ones here in the shop. But I don't want it to be complicated for anybody. So, something to think about. Anyway, everybody go watch Batteries Not Included. Probably one of the best films of all time, based on my emotional response to even thinking about that film. But I have a deep connection to nostalgic things from my childhood, so maybe not. Maybe it sucks. Maybe I'll watch it again and I'll be like, wow, that was garbage. Why did I feel so strongly about this film? Anyway, let's get it wrapped up before 4 hours comes around. Because this show used to be an hour and a half. Go watch Joker. I should go watch Joker. I would like to see. I think that it's probably very, very good. Joaquin Phoenix is a talented actor, and by all accounts, it was a very well done film. Go watch Batteries Not Included. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe, everybody. We'll see you next time. Thank you again so much for coming. I appreciate you guys so much. It is my favorite time of the week, is the time that I get to spend online here talking to you guys. Matthew Robbins, writer, director of Batteries Not Included, also worked on Mimic. The new Del Toro Pinocchio. Another fantastic filmmaker. He did the Hellboy movies. He loves physical special effects instead of digital special effects. That Del Toro, yeah. The it was the only subtitled movie I've ever loved in theater. Guillermo del Toro, with the fairies and the only film I ever saw in theater that was subtitled that I walked out of being blown away because of how amazing it was. And because of how good he is at what he does. Pan's Labyrinth. Thank you, Nadia. So good. So good. Pan's Labyrinth was on another level. It had some, again, it had some serious layers to it, and everything was just perfect. And I didn't understand anything anybody was saying. And I don't like reading movies. Like, I really don't like subtitles. But that was the only subtitled movie I've ever seen in theater that I walked out being like, damn. Damn. So good. I have his new Pinocchio queued up, but I haven't been in the right mood to fully enjoy. I don't think I knew he did Pinocchio. Guillermo del Toro doing Pinocchio. I hope it's dark and gritty and gloomy and Guillermo. I don't know that I knew that he did that. That's that's probably gonna be really, really good. The Orphanage by him was really good too. Yeah. I don't think I've seen anything by him that wasn't really, really good. He's very, very particular about how he makes his films and the mood and the setting and everything else. I could absolutely sit down and have beers with him at a bar and just be like, we get it. Like, he feels like we're on the same page. I am in no way comparing myself to Guillermo del Toro, but yeah. I think we appreciate the same types of things and in filmmaking. Let's go. Okay, well, I mean, at this point, we're 9 seconds away from being 4 hours again. So let's just stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe, everybody. Hanging out on the internet with my friends all across the world. Thanks, everybody. Again, I thank you every week. I thank you every time. I appreciate it. It makes me feel better about my life in general, to know that people are hanging out and they care. I do I want to talk about this? Sure. I like being an open book and transparent with people. Uh, and if you're still here, then obviously that we're friends and we care about each other. My son, my 12-year-old son, woke up last night and came out to the kitchen to find me sitting on the floor crying. And he was very, very confused about why his dad was sitting on the kitchen floor crying at midnight. And I tried to explain to him that, like, life is really, really difficult, my friend. And sometimes you just need to sit down and have a breakdown. And like, I'm sorry that I woke you up. But it's okay. It's okay to feel deeply and emotional, and it's the way that things are. It's like it's okay to feel things, and you need to sometimes let them go. I gave him a big hug, and he went back to bed. I think he's still like. I mean, you're never gonna understand at 12 what's so hard about life. But I think it was good. It was super uncomfortable for him to come into the kitchen and find me crying on the floor. But I think I would rather him come into the kitchen and find me crying on the floor than and be able to explain to him, like, in some capacity, that, like, emotions are good, than when I grew up in the 80s and men were just keep it to themselves. It's all just internalized, and maybe it comes out with violence, or maybe they just, you know what I mean? Like, I would rather him be able to see that his dad has emotions, and sometimes they're not great, than to have what I had when I was growing up. And my dad didn't have emotions. He was dad. He was like, he was a guy who made money for family. That's not cool. So as upsetting and confusing as that was for him, I am not upset that that's a situation that happened. Even though it sucked to be, like, laying on my kitchen floor crying at midnight last night. takes age for him to understand. He'll reflect on it later. I'm sure, like, I hope that it makes sense for him in time. Let's get her done. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay safe, everybody. That's 4 hours again. Damn. We'll see you next week. Thank you again so much for coming and being my friends. All right. I got class tomorrow, and then I got to get making for Christmas. And an end table for my parents and a jewelry box for a sister-in-law. Whew. All right. Let's go.